起短短小路，望着竹路山里走。风儿快告诉他，明天雨就要下大。那茶花一簇簇，躲在那片梯田下。谁又为谁陪着谁长大？我心知这未知，你在你身边没顾忌，我不守候着你的，无法再靠近一点距离，直到看见手上你的心已破碎不堪。陪在你身边这么久，又怎能看你如此悲伤？ที่มือร่องรอยความปวดร้าวดังรอยเท้าทิ้งไว้บนหาดทรายฉันก็จะเป็นเหมือนพิมพ์ที่คอยสายให้รอยช้ำจางหายให้สายได้สวยดังเดิม不让我与你心房我为你奔波，只想看你心充满阳光，没有任何死心真诚相待，也ปล่อยให้ฉันได้เธอสักครั้งด้วยทั้งหัวใจของฉันที่มีให้เธอกลับมายิ้มได้ฉันก็ยินดีได้ห่วงใยเธออย่างนี้นานๆแค่นั้นก็ดีใจไม่ต้องทำอะไรเพื่อฉันให้เธอเพียงรับมันก็พอไม่เคยคาดหวังหรือตั้งใจรอไม่เคยจะขอถ้าเธอไม่เต็มใจ心里刻着痛的印记，像沙滩上留下的足迹，所有化作改变的浪，让沙滩重现美丽的光芒。แค่ปล่อยให้ฉันหิวใจของเธอได้ไหมให้ฉันได้ทำเพื่อเธอได้ไหมแค่อยากให้มองเห็นเธอเป็นสุขในใจไม่มีอะไร
Institute of Science, Innovation and Culture of the Rajamangala University of Technology, Krungthep, Bangkok, Thailand. เป็นอะไรเอด้าโตมาเหรอไอ้บ่าไม่ใช่นั่นไม่ใช่บาย ต่อไปปิดไฟ Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome the President of the Rajamangala University of Technology, Krungthep, Institute of Science, Innovation and Culture, Asean-China Silver Economy Development Forum.
日月亮弯弯高
กี่นาที5 นาทีโอเคอันนั้น
你刚才听到了吧？
แล้วก็ต้องมีเสียง
In the 21st century, population aging has become a shared global challenge. As the era of longevity unfolds, challenges and opportunities coexist. In Asia, China's population aged 60 and above has exceeded
那是一座座山连着山的小村庄，那有一群群孩天天念想着远方，有一家小卖部夜夜开到凌亮点，不知他又是思念谁。那日月亮弯弯高高挂在了天上，那时外婆总是一座小小板凳上，等天亮去茶室。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome the President of Rajamangala University of Technology, Krungthep, to officially open this event, Associate Professor Dr. Pichai Janmani. The Institute of Science, Innovation and Culture. Before I proceed, I would like to introduce our boss, the man, the brain behind everything we're doing, the founder and director of the Institute of Science, Innovation and Culture, Dr. Yaoping Liu. Dear Director, as your Associate Director for International Affairs and the acting head of the Acsec Research Center Thailand chapter, it is my honor to report to you the conferences ISIC has co-hosted so far this year. Last March, we had Nexus in Sri Lanka, and in coming June, in cooperation with our Education and Society Department, MESH 2026. In August, we will host another conference here at ISIC with our Management and Science Department, the ICE Bima Indonesia. And today, we hold our first international conference on social innovation, organized by our newly established Acsec Research Center. And we have gathered scholars, researchers, educators, students from Thailand, Indonesia, China, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, and many more countries with 58 research papers received. At this juncture, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our special keynote speakers and guest speakers representing each country. As I call your name, please stand and show your presence in front of the audience. The former Prime Minister, Mr. Abhisit Wejajiwa, correct? Mr. Abhisit Wejajiwa, representing Indonesia, together with 20 Indonesian entourage, and with her 4 children who flew directly from Singapore, USA, and Indonesia, just to participate on this event, Dr. Siti Hartati Murdaya. From China, Professor Yang Yi Fan, Professor Fan Zhou, Mr. Zihua Ke, how do you pronounce your name? Mr. Zihua, I'm not really good in Chinese.
智华科
Zhihua Ke,
ใช่
Zhihua Ke,
Yeah.
Professor Shao Dongchen,
ใช่
Professor Per Genster, Professor Per Genster, Associate Professor Ren Liang Li, Professor Obi Toshio, Mr. Alejandro Bonilla Garcia, this one is online, right? Professor Raymond Sanner, Professor Sheng Tian Ho, finally, Ms. Lichia Sanner Yu. Thank you very much. And now, without further ado, I would like to introduce the first keynote speaker of today.
test post institution or the translation correct or not
Institute of Science, Innovation and Culture, Rajamangala University of Technology, Krungthep, National Interdisciplinary Institute on Aging, Southwest Jiao Tong University, Faculty of Health and Wellness, National Interdisciplinary Institute of Aging, Southwest Jiao Tong University, Faculty of Health and Wellness, City University of Macau, Jinghe Institute of Cultural and Tourism, Asean-China Silver Economy Development Research Center,
End it there. End it. End it.
play the video.
She will take care of it. Good morning, everyone. We would like to request all the guests to please sit down. Turn your mobile phones to silent mode as we are about to begin the conference. Okay.ปิดไฟนะ Ready นะ Later, PowerPoint later, we will start now. That is the... can we wait later? Later.
In the 21st century, population aging has become a shared global challenge. As the era of longevity unfolds, challenges and opportunities coexist. In Asia, China's population aged 60 and above has exceeded 320 million. ASEAN countries are accelerating towards an aging society. The combined population of older persons in the region exceeds 350 million, forming one of the world's largest and fastest-growing silver economy markets. Great potential for more than $3 trillion USD. How to address population aging while harnessing the longevity dividend and build a sustainable future together. It has become the common mission and pursuit of China and ASEAN. In response to evolving global trends and the growing needs of regional cooperation, on November 26, 2025, the Acsec-China Silver Economy Development Research Center was officially established in Thailand. Building on the China-ASEAN Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, based on the cornerstone of health technology cooperation for the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Thailand, the center responds to the needs of Chinese enterprises in the era of globalization 2.0, as well as the two-way demand for going global and bringing in within ASEAN markets. Jointly established by National Interdisciplinary Institute on Aging, Southwest Jiao Tong University, Faculty of Health and Wellness, City University of Macau, Jinghen Institute of Cultural and Tourism, based on academic depth and industry empowered, with two-way collaboration as its pathway and regional well-being as its mission. ACSEC is building a cross-border research policy industry integration platform now, and the purpose of this forum to promote deep integration between China and ASEAN in the silver economy. ASEAN in the silver economy. ACSEC builds a scientific and sound governance system, set up a joint construction committee, an expert committee, and a dual director system, bringing together leading scholars, policy experts, and industry leaders from China, ASEAN, and across the globe. ACSEC also ensures research integrity, institutional authority, and efficient standardized operations. Under the leadership of Chinese Director Professor Yan Yifan and Thai Director Ms. Ada Marie Gallio Mascarenas, the center operates through a comprehensive structure, including the Secretariat, the Joint Research Division, the Industrial Cooperation Division, the Standards Development Division, the Innovation Incubation Division, and the Data Information Center. This structure spans the full value chain of research, standards, industry, talent, and data. It will be providing strong support for the high-quality development of the regional silver economy. Responding to regional needs, ACSEC focuses on four core initiatives, translating cooperation into tangible outcomes. First, building an ASEAN Silver Economy Standard System. This includes developing a series of regional standards such as technical standards for tropical age-friendly products, design standards for international elderly care communities, and service standards for long-term living and retirement of foreign residents in Thailand, filling critical gaps across the region. Second, advancing silver economy technologies and digital innovation by deepening efforts in tropical healthcare, localizing smart elderly care solutions, integrating traditional medicine, enhancing elderly mental health services, and developing cross-border service systems. Technology is empowering the era of longevity. Third, establishing an ASEAN Silver Economy data platform through the release of key indicators such as the Retirement Living Index and the Life Satisfaction Index, alongside annual development reports. ACSEC provides a scientific foundation for policymaking and investment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the Rajamangala University of Technology, Krungthep, to officially open this event, Associate Professor Dr. Pichai Janmani.
Distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Abhisit Vechachiwa, former Prime Minister of Thailand, and Dr. Siti Atati Mudaya of Indonesia, honored guests, respected scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Rajamangala University of Technology, Krungthep, it is my great pleasure to warmly welcome you to the first international conference on social innovation under the 2026 Acsec Asean-China Silver Economy Development Forum here in Bangkok. We are deeply honored by your presence and by the participation of distinguished scholars and partners from across the international community. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to all delegates joining us from China, Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, Japan, Pakistan, Thailand, and many other countries. Your presence here today reflects a shared commitment to advancing knowledge, fostering innovation, and strengthening international collaboration. In particular, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Yaoping Liu for his visionary leadership in initiating the establishment of the ASEAN-China Silver Economy Cooperation Research Center in collaboration with the National Interdisciplinary Institute of Aging and Southwest Chiao University, China. This initiative represents a significant step toward building a strong platform for regional cooperation and academic action. As we gather under the theme of advancing Asian-China cooperation for healthy aging and sustainable development. May this conference inspire meaningful dialogue, impactful research, and enduring partnership. Let us work together to co-create innovation solutions that address the challenge and opportunities of the silver economy, contributing to more inclusive and sustainable future for all societies. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Janmani. Before I proceed, I would like to introduce our boss, the man and the brain behind everything what we're doing now, the founder and the director of the Institute of Science, Innovation and Culture, Professor of Buddhist Studies, Assistant Professor Dr. Yaoping Liu. Dear Dr. Yaoping Liu, as your Associate Director for International Relations and the acting head of the newly established Acsec Research Thailand chapter, it is my honor to report to you that as far as this year, ISIC has begun last March co-hosting Nexus in Sri Lanka, and then on June 2026, we are another co-hosting in cooperation with our Education and Society Department, MESH, in Sri Lanka also. And in August, we will host again another international conference, ICE Bima Indonesia. This is in cooperation with our Management Science Department. And today, Director, we are holding our first international conference on social innovation, which is organized by the newly established Acsec Research Center. So I am glad to report to you that we have over 100 participants from different countries leading from Thailand, China, Indonesia, New Zealand, Japan, Switzerland, and many more countries, and we have received 58 research papers which will be published in our own journal and conference proceedings. At this time, Director, allow me to introduce our special guests who are keynote speakers and guest speakers. To begin with, heading the Thailand group is, of course, our former Prime Minister, Mr. Abhisit Wejajiwa. Can you please stand, sir, and show the crowd? Thank you. And also, very important, we have joining from the Indonesian country, together with 20 Indonesians entourage, and with her 4 children who flew directly from Singapore, Indonesia, and America, just to join this event. Please welcome Dr. Siti Hartati Murdaya. And of course, we have the Murdaya children also, Karuna, Prajna, Metta, and Upeka. Thank you very much. And from China, we have a lot of research. Majority of the group are from China. We have also Professor Yang Yifan. He is our co-director of the Acsec Research Center China chapter. Professor Fan Zhou. Mr. Zihua Ke. Professor Shao Dongchen. Professor Per Genster. Associate Professor Ren Liang Li. Professor Obi Toshio. Professor Raymond Sunner. Professor Sheng Tianhu. Mr. Alejandro Bonilla Garcia will join with us online later from Spain. And then finally, Ms. Licha Saner Yu. Thank you very much. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the keynote speaker today. Since this morning is very long for us, we have a lot of speakers in store. The first keynote speaker is a distinguished political leader and economist with extensive experience in governance, public policy, and socio-economic development. Educated at the University of Oxford and formerly an economics lecturer, he has played a key role in shaping Thailand's national policies, particularly in areas related to economic stimulus, social welfare, and inclusive development during periods of global economic uncertainty. His leadership emphasized improving the quality of life for citizens through people-centered policies, making his expertise highly relevant to the discussion on healthy aging, social innovation, and sustainable development. As a prominent figure in ASEAN, his insights contribute significantly to advancing regional cooperation and policy dialogue in the evolving silver economy landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming the 27th Prime Minister in Thailand, Mr. Abhisit Wejajiwa.
Mr. President, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first of all to welcome all of you who have traveled from abroad to Bangkok and to Thailand. I hope that your time here will not only be productive but also enjoyable. Let me start by saying that if we look at the headlines and the news today, we are truly living in an age of transformation. If you look at the headlines today, you see geopolitical tensions, conflicts, energy crisis, political violence, even continuing challenges posed by global warming. And yet, there is also one phenomenon which is also a driving force and very much transforming our economy and our society. And that is the phenomenon of aging societies. Indeed, for Thailand, we no longer count ourselves as an aging society. We are already an aged society, and soon moving towards a super-aged society. I'm one of those rapidly aging, and now over 60. And of course, this phenomenon is going to continue. Technological advance, particularly in medicine, means that we are most likely going to live longer. And for a number of reasons, socio-economic and otherwise, birth rates continue to decline. On this latter point, my experience and my sharing of experiences with many leaders around the world, it has been very tough to design a public policy to try to increase the birth rate. So we are going to see this continuing aging phenomenon everywhere. China and ASEAN, we're all going to have to go through this. And of course, this phenomenon has raised a number of concerns. First, there is the issue of labor shortage, very much evident in most aged and aging societies, and even bigger concerns down the line about how we will have a big enough workforce or a big enough market of active consumers, as well as concerns about the need to import foreign labor, which in itself brings a number of political and social challenges. There's concern about the rising health expenditures that come with aging societies, And for many countries, that is already a challenge. It's already a challenge given the unsustainable healthcare system being offered to the public. And of course, there is the issue of the need to have greater savings to ensure that there is enough money for the elderly to have a good quality of life. Unlike many European countries and countries like Japan, the aging phenomenon has come far earlier compared to those countries which had already made themselves advanced in terms of being an upper or high income country. But we're not here today to complain or be pessimistic and think about aging as some kind of burden. There is the other side to the coin. We're not only living longer, but we are also living stronger. So people in their 60s, 70s, 80s can continue to be very productive, which is very much different from the old paradigm of thinking of people above 60 as retirees and inactive people. We're talking about a silver generation that also has considerable purchasing power and therefore gives a significant market and become important contributors to the economy itself. And let's not forget that the advances in technology means that in terms of productivity, in terms of possible economic opportunities, if we go through this transformation wisely, there are a number of upside opportunities available for all of us. And in any case, we shouldn't see this as a separate phenomenon. Most of the economies in Asia, in ASEAN, China included, continue to have to go through a fundamental transformation anyway towards a more sustainable path of development. So my main message to you today is let's not look at the silver economy as a separate phenomenon, as part of a bigger picture in terms of economic development. Let's see it as an integral part of economic change, of transformation towards a better future where there are going to be opportunities that could be exploited and harvested. And the key to that will be, of course, innovation and cooperation. So I very much commend conferences like this and initiatives that are being undertaken to address that. Allow me to just give you maybe 3-4 examples of the kind of transformation that we are looking at. First of all, I talked already about the challenges concerning workforce or manpower. The key here is that we shouldn't just think about numbers. At the time where we're worrying about an aging society having shortages of labor, we also have big concerns about how artificial intelligence is going to put us all out of job. So we're going through a transformation anyway in terms of how we see the workforce. We're going to go to an age where man and machine will have to work together, not separately, maybe even become even more, even deeper integration in terms of technology and human beings. And at the same time, it also means that the silver generation continue to have contributions to make. But the key, of course, is how we integrate technology and how we reskill and upskill people so that all generations, silver generation included, are able to use technology productively. The second issue I also mentioned, the healthcare expenditures. Again, this is a good opportunity for us to shift the emphasis of healthcare towards prevention and good quality of life, rather than dealing with just diseases and building more and more hospitals. Clearly, for the silver generation and even younger generations, we are already seeing greater awareness of the need to live a healthy lifestyle, which in itself means changes for consumption behavior, changes in terms of what kind of products are going to be demanded in the market. It also means that there will be huge opportunities in terms of the wellness and tourism industry. And here, I think China and Southeast Asia will have many, many opportunities with many locations where centers for wellness and tourism for the silver generation can actually be established. We can also look at the physical side of things, the way our cities, the way our facilities are designed will also have to change to accommodate the silver generation. Again, this brings huge opportunities to many industries and services, and it means that both public and private initiatives will have to be aware of how we need to adapt our environment to be more friendly to the silver generation. It will also mean new products being demanded, new standards of services being demanded, which should be responded to by both the public and private sector. A last example, financial products. The fact that we are living longer means there has to be a change to how people make their financial plans. The issue of insurance, savings, pensions means that there will have to be more innovative ways of financing through our lives. It means likely that the public and private partnership will also be key to how we'll be able to have enough resources to ensure that the silver generation can afford a good life. All of this means that there are going to be opportunities. We just need to be clear in our vision of what kind of transformation we are going through in the different sectors and how they are linked up. And for ASEAN and China, I know when we talk about collaboration, we may just be thinking about size, bigger markets, bigger pool of consumers, bigger pool of producers. But there's more to it than just size. It's also about exploiting complementarities. China has the technology. China is leading in terms of innovation on a number of areas, where at the same time, many Southeast Asian countries, especially Thailand, is ready to welcome the silver generation in terms of offering our services in industries like wellness and tourism, where we have been strong. So it's all about complementarities, collaboration, and networking. And given the diversity of the region, it also means opportunities to create sandboxes or special zones where we could test out some of the ideas of how we would like to set up communities for the silver generation. So, despite what I said right at the start, which might sound pessimistic, I think if we have the right mindset about how we're going through a fundamental transformation anyway, and how the aging phenomenon could be part of that transformation, look at the opportunities, collaborate, create networks, and innovate, I am sure that we will have plenty of opportunities in terms of economic development and also improve our societies. We're not just adding years to our lives, but we'll be adding life to the years that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abhisit, for that thought-provoking and inspiring speech. Please remain on stage as I would like to request President Pichai Janmani and Director Yaoping Liu to present our simple token of appreciation for your presence here. Dr. Hartati Murdaya also has a special gift for Mr. Abhisit. Can you please help come on stage? Thank you very much. Our second keynote speaker is a distinguished Indonesian business leader, philanthropist, and social advocate, serving as the president, director, and founder of PT Central Cipta Murdaya, a major holding company with over 50 subsidiaries across diverse sectors. With decades of leadership experience, she has consistently championed the integration of economic growth with social responsibility, particularly through her contributions to community development, poverty alleviation, and religious harmony. As chairman of Walubi and an influential figure in social, religious, and national policy initiatives, she has played a pivotal role in featuring inclusive and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming the second keynote speaker for today, ISIC's honorary degree holder in PhD in Global Buddhism, Dr. Siti Hartati Murdaya.
Distinguished guest speakers, scholars, researchers, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen. Namo Buddhaya. Good morning. I would like to sincerely thank you very much, with my gratefulness for inviting me as a guest honor of the Institute of Science, Innovation and Culture, Raja Mangala University of Technology, Krungthep, Bangkok. And I also later officiated the newly established music facility called Siti Hartati Murdaya Music Hall. I also, with deep gratitude, received this honor. I did not know because I have done nothing to this profound music hall. However, I must be grateful for the honor given to me. I accept it not only for my personal honor, but also as a tribute to the timeless value of the compassion, wisdom, and peace that Buddhism have given to the world in today's global society, the teaching to remind us of the importance of mindfulness, tolerance, harmony across culture. They guide us to building bridge between nation, between tradition, and most important is between human heart. I accept this honor as a responsibility to continue working for promotion of peace, understanding in the universal value of Buddhism in our community and beyond. I acknowledge where I have come from and my growth experience, recognizing that success of progress is often a combination of personal effort and external opportunities. This first International Conference on Social Innovation 2026, advancing the Circular Economic Asia-China Cooperation for Healthy Aging and Sustainable Development, carries a very important theme: one region, one future. Now, co-creating the new circular economic ecosystem. I deeply honored to be here and to speak on the subject of the circular economy. The circular economy is not only about elderly care, it is also about giving older people the opportunity to remain active, healthy, and able to continue contributing to society and the economy. This subject has special meaning for me because I myself also entering this stage of life. I'm 80 years old. Two, Asia and China are developing the circular economy as an important area for future growth. This cooperation includes technology-based elderly care, smart device, health services, and cross-border investment. It also includes new ideas such as AI-supported caregiving, remote health monitoring, and robotic to support both home-based and institutional care. At the same time, active aging is also changing. The market is in many cities, especially where people have stronger purchasing power. Elderly people are spending more in the traveling, education, wellness, and quality of life. This shows that an aging society should not only be seen as a challenge, it is also becoming a source of growth, innovation, and opportunities. This is why this Asian-China Circular Economic Conference is so meaningful to me. It brings together ideas, experience, and cooperation across borders. It shows that healthy aging, investment, technology, and regional partnership can work together to build a better future. If it is managed well, the circular economy can become one of the important drivers of growth in the coming decade. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Hartati Murdaya. I am now 80 years old. I was born in 1946, married for 54 years. My late husband, Mutaya Vidya Vimarta, has passed away 1 year ago. He is rest in peace now. I have 4 children. They study in the United States of America, UC Berkeley, Stanford, MIT, NYU. They are all here. I myself study in Jakarta. Later, I complete my Master of Business Administration degree in Indonesia. After that, I continue my postgraduate study at Stanford University in California, where I learned from many top companies' business cases. And I had professor of marketing. He told me that Stanford University have a joint program with the National University of Singapore to study for 5 Asian tiger countries, which are Japan, China, Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore. After my study at Stanford, California, I was finished, I admitted to Singapore and US joint program. Until now, I still receive Stanford Business School monthly magazine, still receive the life member alumni from the business school. We're talking about the development of the global economy. I have been fortunate to build and operate our family business company, about 52 companies, under 2 holding companies, ultimately on the central holding company owned by myself and my late husband. Now I am the sole owner due to all the many taxes. So I can only pass to the next year after we passing away. So many tax complicated today. There's so many court issues related to the inheritance. Therefore, there are more than 60% of my company joint venture with our product principles, also as privately owned. Only one of them is listed. Over 54 years, our company have working on many major projects in the power business. Turnkey project with ABB engineering and many large construction with the British Balfour Beatty UK, who has also built a tunnel from Hong Kong underwater to Kowloon. And working with the Japanese trading company, we act as the local partner, as agent, to sell to the government project and to non-government enterprises during that time. The business later converted into many joint ventures to build many factories related to power and civil construction around many areas. We end up with having multiple joint ventures with companies with ABB, Balfour Beatty, and today we have construction with British company. At the end, they decided, because of the world economic turbulence, they decided only to take care of their local market. And left the share to us, so we own the company 100%, and in Indonesia, fortunately, is running well. And we continue to join many decades with Schindler Lee, Switzerland, air condition, Carrier, Hewlett Packard, and so on. Our wholly owned company in the forest business, shoe, we were originally being a Nike contract factory, 20 years, 14,000 workers. Later, converted to domestic shoe factory, I producing my own brand. Now, with the tech of lead away, now becoming one of the major domestic supply. Jakarta International venue of March, meeting, incentive, convention, and exhibition. Having government company, brand more than 14 province. We own several large property development company, Jakarta, Surabaya, Sumatra, and Batam, and so on. 5 plantation company, Central Java, coal mining, and others. I am Buddhist. Since the earlier year of my life, my mother was a serious traditional Chinese Buddhist. She followed Chinese way, traditional Buddhist. Later, I learned from Theravada, Venerable Narada, the head country monk Sri Lanka, about Abhidharma, and then I'm lucky learning from Mahayana, also learning with sushi, about disaster relief from Taiwan, and learn from many more very great master. I think my life is very fortunate. In Indonesia, one of our vihara with Thailand Kingdom Monastery, Bangkok, World War I. At that time, we got the Buddha from the King of Taiwan, Thailand. And the king cast the Buddha image for our main altar. They sent many monks as the Buddhist Dharma Dutta to Indonesia, facilitated by the Thai embassy in Indonesia, 1974. Our vihara in central Jakarta city. Thai embassy often used our vihara as a Thai Buddhist community at that time in Jakarta, and they met the Thai monk Dharma Dutta. That was just the beginning. The Theravada Buddhist is not well known. In 1976, the vihara visited by the Princess Mahachakri. And my son was just a little boy. I only had 2 children. And later, we were also visited by the Crown Prince. And Prasna in front is receiving the Crown Prince. It was very exciting to us. I also learned from Thailand Theravada Buddhists through Dharma Dutta monk from Thailand, acknowledging where I have come from and grew, and I experienced and recognized that success progress is often combination of the personal effort and external opportunity. My major journey has been guided by simple, profound aspiration through the teaching of the Buddha. Community work, infrastructural dialogue, and acquire the value of the Buddha teaching transcends geographic, language, and time. In this complex, and certain times, the world needs more than ever the study light of compassion and the grounded wisdom that Buddhism offers. Walubi is the representative council, is the national Buddhist umbrella organization in Indonesia. It brings together various Buddhist schools, Sangha, and organizations under one federation. It was officially formed August 1998 in Jakarta, following Buddhist consensus to unify Buddhist representatives in the country. Purpose of that mission: represent and unify the diverse Buddhist community in Indonesia regardless of tradition. Function as a social religious organization that promotes Buddhism and spiritual development based on Pancasila is the Indonesian ideology and constitution in 1945. Support religious education. That time, no Buddhist school, nobody knows. Buddhist is not recognized by the government, by public. We do not have representatives in the government body. We are put together with the Hindu. So we're totally not recognized. So the Thai government recognized that through the embassy, sent us a lot of gift and attention and promote to grow the Thai Buddhism, and I like it very much. I work closely with the Indonesian government, especially to the Minister of Religious Affairs. Now, I served as a chairwoman of Walubi. I was elected as a chairwoman since the beginning, 1992. I was not accepted in the beginning, but everyone pushing me to stand ahead. Even the candidate for Indonesian president at that time also told me, you go ahead and represent the Chinese community, the Buddhists. This is important. So I am not a monk. The Buddhist monk the head of Wallaby should be a monk. I am not a monk. I am an ordinary person. I feel very awkward that day. I was the servant of the monk. Dayaka helped to carry the monk and follow the monk and pray. Now, Walubi represent various Buddhist sects. There are Theravada, Mahayana, Vajrayana, Tridharma, Nichiren Sosu, Luxinyan, Chenpo Zong, Theravada Dhammayit, and Theravada Mahanikai. And Mahayana is many kind of Mahayana in Indonesia. Maitreya Buddha, Igwang Tao. There are 16 large Buddhist organizations as a member of Walubi. You can imagine, I don't know what to do. I just said to everyone, I don't have anything to say, but I learn Buddhism. I follow the Buddha. Buddha said yes, yes. Buddha said no, no. So I am not Buddha. I cannot make a judgment which one of you is the best. Because everyone are Buddhists, but they are not working together. They don't like each other. They're competing each other. As a chairwoman at that time, since 1995 until today, I don't want to be a chairwoman anymore, but nobody won. Even their candidate, all these members, they never agree. They want me to push me. So I don't know. I said I want to retire, but I cannot. Today, I think they should remember I'm 80. They should find some replacement for me. I cannot forever. As I will be chairwoman, it's not easy. Among the members, I will be always have many disagreements among them. So I told everyone, as a Buddhist, we have to celebrate the Vesak Day. So I work very hard and successful. Not everyone follow Vesak together in Borobudur. Become a very significant event today. Since a long time ago, during Vesak Day, we organized social service to provide medical free for 10,000 patients. And I invite everybody together to learn about unity among us. Regardless they are Buddhist or non-Buddhist, come together. I also invite the head of the military, police, government, other religions, they all join. And that is continue until today. More than 25 years, I don't understand, that's happened. Now we have like 100 chairs for social lender free, for child free service. Extracts, tooth and filling, and gum, and mouth infection, dental care, and 1,800 patients in 2 days. With big tent, air conditioned, serving many local diseases, adults and children. Well, we collaborate with many doctors, police doctors, some private physical doctor, local government doctor, Buddhist society doctor. Suchi Paramita is our hospital specialized for unprivileged people. Mudraya Foundation only, but not enough. We have to invite many of them and work with the government and promote, follow the Buddha way of thinking. I am not emphasizing this is Buddhist way. I said that everyone should be the same in this world. Many related hospitals also provide the service. I only pay for the cataract, only pay for the reimbursement costs, and hospital doesn't charge. So that's continue even in NUH, the National University of Singapore, every year send doctors to this and participate on the free medical service for unprivileged people in the society. 2000 until 2026, unbelievable. Amazingly, all have been serving until today. And still continue once a year in Candi Borobudur. Ladies and gentlemen, in this international conference on social innovation, ICSI, advising the Circular Economic Asian-China cooperation for healthy aging and sustainable development, is one of the most suitable occasions to grow compassion and loving kindness for elderly care solution. This conference focus is healthy aging, shared prosperity, synergetic pathway for high-quality development of the circular economic in Asian-China. Circular Health Silk Road is a new initiative to build a cooperative regional economy to turn aging community from social challenge into a drive for innovation, care, research team, include healthy aging silver industry, digital tools into a new economic model. China is focusing on smart elderly care, integrating medical service and adjusting policy for silver industry. Include boosting consumption among senior, support senior-specific products. The conference highlights crucial regional strategy targeting the over 100 million elderly and the broader aging trend across Asia. All of them sound so fantastic to me. The elderly are not to be cornered and avoided. Instead, the elderly integrated into new economic model. We have seen and learned how the relationship and the cooperation between Asia and China have evolved. I believe that business nowadays have to take very good care for their business, society, as well as the environment to make successful and sustainable business for them. We have also encouraged and done cooperation while also competing among business people. Both nationwide and international, they have shown their contribution. And in silver economy, we know how high-quality development may contribute to the silver economy in Asia-China. Through this conference, may we believe in the healthy aging and shared prosperity. Hopefully, everyone from Asian-China region can share mission with the silver economic development processes. As today, there are various problems related to the geopolitics, geoeconomy, turbulence associated with the Middle East and today economic uncertainty. In the AI era, which produced low life cycle of every new invented innovation, and also creating various unexpected things to happen in the future. A circular economic ecosystem for healthy aging and sustainable development with theme of one region and one future, we should find the best way to accomplish into reality to life for all human beings and forever and ever. According to our Buddha teaching, focuses more on unity and loving kindness of every generation. Aging society for us to respond not only with innovation, but with unity and loving kindness. So everyone may continue to feel respected and share humanity. In the future, the circular economy must be built on unity and loving kindness, because only through shares of compassion and society we can ensure that no one left behind. I am extremely grateful and appreciate that I was invited to this auspicious occasion of the Institute of Science and Innovation and Culture, Rajamangala University of Technology, Krungthep, and so that every person may continue to feel valued and respected and included. I pray and wish all the best to the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, Bodhisattva, blessing all of us and the world. Be pleased, healthy, happy, filled with joyfulness, prosperity, and longevity. I hope to see you again in the future. And thank you very much to this very auspicious occasion to me. Thank you.
Please stay, Madam, as I will request the ISIC Board Chairman, Dr. Pratan Watanawanit, and Dr. Liao Ping Liu to give a certificate of appreciation and gift for Dr. Siti Hartati. It's gonna be a long morning today. If ever you get hungry and thirsty, there is a buffet, cocktails, snacks, coffee outside. So we will go on today continuously without a break, but if ever you need to eat something, food and drinks are outside. As we move to the next part of this program, I would like to introduce its moderator, my co-director of the Acsec Research Center, China chapter, also a professor of Southwest Jiaotong University, distinguished adjunct professor of Shanghai University, a PhD supervisor, and a member of Second Expert Committee of the National Commission on Aging China. He will be the moderator for the rest of the talks this morning. Please help me in welcoming Professor Yang Yifan. A round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone, and feel very happy can be the chair or the host of the next session. Your Excellency, Mrs. Budaya and Dr. Platan and colleagues from the university and delegations from the Asian countries. So now we are going to the next session. So we will have very honor to invite many distinguished experts and also the researchers and also entrepreneurs to join us, to give us their insights and understandings about the Asian aging issue and also the silver economy issue. So now we want to first invite two Chinese speakers to give us an opening remark, representative of the Chinese delegation. So if we can better understand, for better understand of these speeches, now the conference provides you the simultaneous interpretations, and you can use your cell phone and the app to understand better about the Chinese speakers' ideas and suggestions. So now we first want to invite the first Chinese speaker. He is very famous in China and in the world, especially in the cultural issue. 首先，我们邀请中国传媒大学教授、北京金河文旅发展研究院院长、中国国家文化与旅游部文化和旅游研究基地首席专家、中国全国老龄工作委员会第2届专家委员会委员范周教授。下面，请我们用热烈的掌声，有请范周教授为我们做致辞。谢谢。
尊敬的会议主席，尊敬的各位到会的领导，各位嘉宾，各位同学，大家上午好。我很高兴在4月与大家相聚在曼谷皇家理工大学。首先，我代表中国老年学和老年医学学会、中国文化产业协会和北京金河文旅发展研究院向我们今天的盛会表示最热烈的祝贺，向致力于推动银发经济国际交流与合作的各位同仁致以诚挚的敬意。在过去这短短不到半年的时间里，我们共同见证了中国东盟银发经济合作中心的成立，并于今天举办了这场具有里程碑意义的国际论坛。从愿景到行动，从蓝图到落地，这种高效务实的合作精神令人感动。这一切都离不开在座各位的共同努力。在此，我要特别感谢主办方和各位嘉宾对本次论坛的倾力支持。当前，中国正在加速进入深度老龄化社会。到去年年底，中国60岁及60岁以上的人口达到了3.2亿人，占总人口的22%。预计到2035年，这一群体的数量将会超过4亿人，占全国人口的比例也会接近30%，而这个时候，中国的出生人口将要下降5000万左右，13.5亿左右。这就意味着每3个中国人当中就有1位老年人。面对这一深刻的人口结构的变化，中国政府高度重视银发经济的发展。10年前就对此提出了这样一个顶层设计的命题。2024年，国务院办公厅印发了关于发展银发经济、增进老年人福祉的意见，这是从国家层面上最早提出的一个支持银发经济发展的专项文件，也是国务院办公厅24年对外发布的1号文件。从去年开始，中国的中央政府对于正在谋划的“十五五”规划以及今年的工作要点当中，每一次提出的3个重要经济领域，别的都有所调整，只有银发经济和低空经济这2项始终没有变。今年的2月份，国务院常务会议再次专题研究推进银发经济和养老服务发展的相关工作， 强调中国银发经济的潜力巨大，要完善和支持，进行一系列的举措性的工作。今年的4月份，就是这个月，国务院又印发了关于推进服务业扩能提质的意见，里面将银发经济纳入中国服务业高质量发展的重要的方向。在今年的两会工作报告和15规划当中，又是多次提到银发经济的发展。从这一系列密集的政策信号，我们充分地体现了中国中央政府对银发经济的战略性的重视。从市场的潜力来看，2023年银发经济的规模2年前已经超过了7.1万亿元人民币，占到 GDP 的比重已经达到了6%，到2025年这个数字将会增加到49.9万亿，将会占到 GDP 当时总量的12.5%。到去年，中国这一方面的企业数量已经超过了37.2万家，银发经济正在成为中国经济发展当中的重要的动能。然而，我想强调的是，银发经济绝不仅仅是银发一族，就是老年人构成的群体的这个康养服务，它更是一个对全生命周期的前瞻性的思考，一种预备于老的发展观念。这正是中国积极推动的全龄友好型社会建设的题中之意。我们提倡从青年和中年时期就开始规划、积累和布局，让每一个人都能从容地走向高品质的晚年生活。在服务内容上，银发经济绝不能仅仅局限于传统的医疗、康养和老年医护这些传统的领域。在中国，我们看到了老年大学正成为这个理念的最佳的实践领域。从2010年开始的中国的13个5年发展规划当中的老龄事业发展规划当中，就提出了积极老龄化的思路。到如今，全国老年大学已经达到了7.6万所，学员超过了2000万人在校生。一场属于银发族的终身学习的美育教育的革命正在兴起。民政部等19个部门联合印发的关于支持老年人社会参与、推动实现老有所为的指导意见，从国家政策层面全面支持老年人参与经济社会发展和文化活动。中国正在大力推进老年美育和终身教育事业，让老年人不仅有老有所养的物质保障，更有老有所乐、老有所学、老有所为的精神涵养。因此，在这个方面给他们提供的精神消费的内容的产业部分是相当庞大，而且市场前景非常广泛。在中国国内的产业实践当中，在江浙、在粤港澳大湾区、在四川成渝地区等，已经积累了丰富的银发经济创新发展经验。在此基础上，我们正在汇聚资源，正在积极配合中国东盟整体合作框架，全力做好银发经济产业园的建设。我们正致力于打造集科学研究、标准制定、技术创新和产业孵化于一体的银发经济产业园，构建全产业链的产业服务体系。尤其值得期待的是，当前我们正依托广西旅游发展集团的产业平台优势，在广西壮族自治区政府的统一协调下，充分发挥商务、民政、自贸区、教育等各个部门的协同力量，全力打造广西银发经济的范本。我们期待在今年的9月17号、18号和19号， 在南宁与各位相约，共同参与第23届中国东盟博览会当中的银发经济的专题国际会议，共同推动中国东盟银发经济合作迈上新的台阶。最后，祝愿本次论坛取得圆满的成功，祝愿各位嘉宾工作顺利，身体健康。谢谢大家。
谢谢范周教授的精彩的发言。我想范老师从政策导向，从我们中国中方的学者和产业界对银发经济这样一个话题和市场的分析，以及从未来的发展的展望，给了我们描绘了一个非常完美详实的蓝图。So we are very appreciate Professor Fan Zhou's speech. Not only talking about the silver economy as a blue sea, but also we found that where is the policy orientation and what is the experiences have already been explored by Chinese government and the local government and the industries. So maybe this kind of the insights and the experience can also share with our Asian countries, colleagues and companies. We can do something, collaborate with each other, and to boost this blue sea more elegant and more gorgeous, right? So let's give them a hot applause and to thanks for his presentation. Thank you. 好，那么下面一位发言人也是非常重量级，是我们来自中方的代表。我想国际交流啊，一定是区域合作的很重要的一个桥梁。这个当中呢，民间的交流、民心的交流是非常重要的。那么接下来，向我们有请中外友好国际交流中心的主席、诺贝尔奖获得者之家主席柯志华先生。那么柯先生呢，长期深耕于国际交流和跨国合作领域，为中国和国际经贸的这个经贸的人文往来做出了非常多重要的贡献。下面我们由热烈的掌声有请柯志华主席。Thank you, Professor 柯。
在开始我的演讲前呀，我想追忆一位我的老朋友。我看到他呢，是在刚才这位重要女士的视频当中，是她的家人，印尼的杰出的政治家、企业家、社会活动家傅志宽先生。我有幸啊，在10年前啊，去过您的家里，我带中央电视台的记者一起呢，去采访傅志宽先生。我们感念他呀，为国家的发展、印尼的发展、为东盟的发展、为中印尼的关系、为中国东盟关系所做的贡献，我们怀念他。下面开始我今天的演讲。各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好。首先，我代表中外友好国际交流中心对首届东盟中国银发经济发展论坛的成功举行表示热烈的祝贺。非常高兴啊，与大家相聚在东盟的诞生地泰国曼谷。今年也是中国东盟建立对话伙伴关系35周年的重要节点。回望来路，中国东盟关系实现了从无到有、从浅入深的跨越式发展。1991年，中国东盟开启正式对话，迈出了双边友好合作的第一步。1996年，中国成为东盟全面对话伙伴，双方合作步入了规范化的轨道。1997年，在亚洲金融危机的背景下，双方患难与共，携手共同应对挑战，确立了睦邻互信伙伴关系。进入21世纪，双边合作加速发展。2003年， 中国率先加入了东南亚友好合作条约，与东盟建立战略伙伴关系。2010年中国东盟自贸区全面建成，双边的经贸合作实现了质的飞跃。2013年，习近平主席提出共建中国东盟命运共同体的理念，为双边关系的深化发展指明了方向。2021年，双方正式建立全面战略伙伴关系，实现了从睦邻友好、战略协作到命运与共的历史性跨越。35年的合作历程，双方共同书写了邻里相亲、守望相助的精彩篇章。立足当下，中国东盟全面战略伙伴关系已结出硕硕的果实，累累的硕果。在经贸合作领域，双方互为最大的贸易伙伴，双边的贸易额稳步突破了1万亿美元大关。RCEP 生效实施，中国东盟自贸区3.0版建设加速推进，贸易投资自由化便利化不断提升，产业链供应链加速融合。中国持续成为东盟最主要的外资来源国，跨境电商、现代农业、制造业合作的项目遍地生花，为双方的企业和民众带来了实实在在的收益。在互联互通与人文交流的领域，中老铁路全线通车，雅万高铁顺利运营，一大批重点的基础设施项目的建成，让天涯若比邻成为现实。教育、文化、旅游、卫生、青年等领域的交流日益增强，民心相通的这个根基不断夯实，友好的情谊在一代代人的心中传承。特别值得关注的是，中国东盟银发经济合作正成为区域合作的新亮点。当前，中国东盟都已经进入了老年化快速发展的阶段。银发经济已经成为双方共同的战略机遇，同时也是后疫情时代区域经济发展的新引擎。合作的前景广阔，空间无限。我也注意到今天除了中俄和东盟外参会的嘉宾当中也有来自欧洲、日本和其他国家的朋友。让我们共同来做好银发经济这篇大文章，这块大蛋糕。展望未来，中国必将与东盟携手并进，向着构建更为紧密的中国东盟命运共同体的目标稳步迈进，共同打造和平、安宁、繁荣、美丽、友好5大家园，全力推进经贸合作、人文交流的提质升级，不断地发现新领域，培育新动能。各位朋友，面对世界100年未有之大变局加速演进，地区经济转型压力增大和区域发展不平衡等诸多挑战，让我们携手同行，坚守合作初心，不负时代的使命，不断拓展包括银发经济在内的各领域合作的广度和深度，共同谱写合作共赢、繁荣发展的新篇章。谢谢大家，祝福大家。
Okay, thank you, Chairman Ke. And he cherished the very treasure memory with the Budayas family and also the past stories among China and Indonesia and Asian countries. We really moved a lot. And also, Chairman Ke delivered a very remarkable speech on the development of silver economy in Asian region from the perspective of connectivity and the people-to-people exchanges, and also the economic and the trade interactions. So thank you very much, Chairman Ke. Now we are going to the next section of the session. So that is the flag report announcement. So let me first introduce the ACSEC's Secretary General, Mr. Yang Yong, and he will give us release us his flag report and the Blue Book and many series. Although the research center just established less than half year, but we have already get fruitful outcomes. So let me highly welcome Mr. Yang Yong onto stage. 下面是杨勇秘书长为大家发布银发经济研究中心的初步研究成果蓝皮书和旗舰报告。谢谢。蓝皮书和旗舰报告，谢谢。
尊敬的各位专家、嘉宾、媒体朋友们，大家上午好！非常荣幸相聚。2026 ACSEC 东盟中国银发经济发展论坛的现场，此刻我将正式的重部发布《共筑中国东盟银发经济共同体》系列丛书首部权威力作。这部专著全新面世，不仅是对区域人口老龄化时代命题的积极回应，更是东盟中国银发经济发展中心深耕主业、持续发力推动跨境银发事业一体化协同发展的标志性成果。当下全球银发经济全域席卷，亚洲人口结构加速深化，中国与东盟坐拥强劲经济活力，并肩迈入老龄化攻坚期，人口老龄化共性难题仍较为集中，如新加坡持续推进精细化养老制度体系建设，泰国积极拓展国际化康养医疗服务赛道，印尼、老挝等国家则立足社区基础，探索引入外资参与老龄化工程。由此可以看出，东盟各国已积极一定的经验，但仍处于可发展阶段。与此同时，中国持续深化养老服务体系建设，加快推进银发经济发展，在制度设计、产业协同、数字化应用等关键领域取得了阶段性进展，逐步形成具有示范意义的实践路径。这些路径将为我们东盟发展提供重要的支撑，也为中国东盟双向联动奠定良好的条件。立足全域视野，本专著以海量调研数据为核心支撑，构建制度、产业、技术、金融思维一体的专业分析框架，全景复盘东盟全域老龄化发展现状、远期走势、共性特点，分析拆解多国养老特色的实践模式，同时深度萃取中国的养老服务核心精髓，开创性的锚定政策协同、产业双边互补、数字全域赋能、科创金融护航四大核心的合作支柱，清晰划定区域共建共治的实操行动路线，真正兼顾前沿理论构建与一线落实实效。全书集结 ACSEC 专业智库骨干，国内顶尖高校学术力量，全链条银发产业领军的专家，打破了单一国家碎片化研究局限，创新提出区域一体化银发经济共同体的新范式，为中国东盟银发经济发展联动提供了有益补充，并拓展了相关议题的研究边界，既兼具学术高度，更贴合政府学研多场景的实际操作，全方位赋能跨境的养老、智慧老龄科技、银发普惠金融、市场化产业链的精准对接。那么在上述多维赋能路径不断清晰的基础上，相关合作机构与实践框架正在加速形成，依托 RCEP 赋能红利与东盟共同体2045年远景规划，本书正式发布，标志着区域银发经济合作正式从理念稳步迈向全域实践转型。同步，我将隆重推出 ACSEC 专家委员会副主席、学术带头人侯松田教授主编的《中国引领产业发展报告》、《中国数字健康发展报告》、《中国医药科技转化报告》3部专项蓝皮书，从多个维度助力区域银发经济实现高质量升级。愿我们以书为桥，以智慧聚力，共筑暖心银发共同体，携手奔赴区域健康的高龄高质量发展。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Secretary General of the Center, Mr. Yang Yong. And I think this flag report do not only as outcomes, but it is a start point. And this report, we collect many theoretical study and policy study, and also the industry case studies, and also the regional development studies. I hope that China's contribution will do more to our Asian countries. And also I beg the delegations from Indonesia and also the Malaysia and also Thailand, you can support us and collaborate with each other and to make these publications into multiple languages and to help more and more audiences can understand and can join us. So let us discuss later. Maybe we can discuss in the lunchtime and afternoon. How can we do it? Then we can spread it out. Also, Professor Obi from Japanese, maybe we can translate this into Japanese and to help the Japanese colleagues to join us to understand each other more and more fruitful. So thank you very much. And the next session is a 2-project signing ceremony. The first one is talking about the talent development. So 下面有第一个签约仪式是银发产业专业群的共建项目。那么下面我们想有请国内这个和东盟国家的7家机构的代表上台，共同来做一个仪式。那么哪7家代表呢？是来自曼谷皇家，我念到名字的这个专家，请我们到台前来做准备。第一位是曼谷皇家理工大学科学创新与文化研究所的阿达副院长阿达。And 第二位是西南交通大学国际老龄科学研究院的樊世帅助理教授，澳门城市大学大健康学院侯胜田教授，新加坡科技管理学院 Jason 刘高级总监，北京金河文旅发展研究院侯雪彤副院长，大连艺术学院生命健康学院李连红院长，苏州职业大学教育人文学院书记尤鹏程教授。有请7位上台，我们就做一个非常简短的隆重的仪式，谢谢。大家可以在自己的 sit in front of the screen and your name. Then later we will make a startup ceremony. So we just stand in front of your name, then we will make a get-together picture. Maybe we can make hand in hand, cross hand. Yeah. So that is a collaboration and a network. Forward. Yeah, please. 3, 2, 1, smile. And looking forward to the fruitful outcomes, collaboration outcomes in the future. Okay. Okay, thank you. 我想这个7个方面不是只是唯一的7方，希望呢今后我们能有更多的大学和 colleagues 能够加入进来，从多学科的角度来为银发产业呢培养人才。So we hope more and more experts and institutions from different disciplinaries will join us to do the silver education and training program in Asian countries. 好，那么下面第2位呢，也是我们非常重要，从远道而来，从 Geneva 邀请的这个专家，Licia Sanliu 女士，她呢是日内瓦社会经济发展研究中心的主席。多年以来呢，Licia 女士和她所在的 CCN 的这个机构 长期的和联合国有关的机构合作，做了非常多关于人类可持续发展 SDG、ESG 这个方面的研究工作和政策咨询工作。So let me highly welcome the Geneva President, Geneva Assistant President, Licha Sandryu Professor, and to give us announcement about the Global Leadership on Silver Economy program. Thank you.
I was told that I should say something in French in order to represent, the Geneva or Switzerland's presence in this very auspicious event. So, bonjour tout le monde, madame and monsieur. Good morning, everybody, and the distinguished guests, speakers, and honorable personalities, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to announce this first cooperation project together for talent development with Asia, ASEAN, China, Civil Economy Development Research Center. Today, with the ASEAN and China are entering an era of longevity. And of course, we all appreciate this is the results and the bonus of this technology, especially in the medical field advancement. However, it does bring some surprises because the number of older people is growing not only in certain parts of the world, but everywhere, including the developing countries like in Africa. The civil economy is no longer a choice. Instead, it is a new opportunity and a new pathway for us to embrace. At the same time, we clearly see the challenges in our region. Policy coordination, both between countries and within countries, remain limited to leverage this great opportunity in terms of our collective strengths, resources, experience, and insights. And especially to leverage this opportunity for employment, for prosperity and economic development. Innovation in the industry is not yet fully connected, so it does happen in a very disparate kind of manner and in order to reach scale. And there is clear shortage of professional talent. The purpose of this program is designed to respond to this challenge. Global Sustainability Silver Economy Leadership Training Program is not a traditional training program. It is built on proven global leadership framework developed in Geneva, and it aligns with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Our aim is simple and clear in this partnership program with Acsec to develop leaders who understand not only policy but also industry, and also with the tendency and capabilities for innovation, and who can turn ideas into action. Based in Bangkok, this program is open to young government officials, researchers, business leaders, and entrepreneurs. Through a 10-day intense immersive experience, we combine lectures, field visits, discussions, and team-based projects, and final presentation in terms of ideas as for competition. Participants will not only learn knowledge, but also build real connections and deep practical projects to solve real problems. Looking ahead, this is not only project based in Bangkok, since we are talking about collaboration among the region between ASEAN as well as China. This project is meant to be spread and to across ASEAN countries while connecting with global resources in cities such as Geneva and Singapore and Bangkok. We will build case libraries, create incubation platforms, and establish a lifelong alumni network as part of the process to build a complete system from training to practice, from ideas to action, and from research to implementation. Our goal is clear: to cultivate a group of regenerative civil economy leaders for ASEAN and China, with a global perspective, local capabilities, innovative spirit, and entrepreneurial ambition. Dear friends, dear guests, dear colleagues, the future of the silver economy depends not only in policy and industry, but also on people. In my humble view, people is the most critical element of the whole process. The launch of this program marks an important step forward in our shared journey to create new opportunities for all in the age of longevity through the means of regenerative silver economy. Finally, I'm pleased to officially announce the launching of the Global Sustainable Silver Economy Leadership Training Program in partnership with Acsec. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Lisha. And we're really looking forward this program, this GLP program on silver economy, can plant the first seed in Thailand and then spread out to Indonesia, Malaysia, also, of course, mainland China. Thank you very much. Thank you. So after these two very important sections of the ceremony, so everybody, we can taste that this two ceremony, this project is focused on the talent development. So I think education and training, especially for the entrepreneurs and the junior researchers, that's crucial important for us, and to boost this talents program. So let us give all of us a very big hand. Thank you very much. Yeah, because the program before is very interesting and fruitful. So by the time is now a little bit delayed as designed. So I hope the coming speeches, everybody, we can control your time and maintain your time in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your understanding, because we want to provide you the lunch before 11:30. Thank you very much. So let's first welcome distinguished Professor Chen Xiaodong, and also to give us an important speech on nutrition and industry development. Thank you very much. Chen Xiaodong, Professor Chen Xiaodong is a fellow. Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. Let's give them a very big hand. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be able to share some of my ideas and some of the ideas that we have practiced probably in the last so many years. And I'm from Tsinghua University, which you probably know. And I have had a Okay. I have had an interesting academic career, started from my old university, Tsinghua University, a long time ago. And of course, I went through University of Canterbury and University of Auckland, Monash, Xiamen University, and finally, in the last 15 years or so, set up the School of Chemical Engineering at the Suzhou University. And I did spend 3 years of real industrial experience with Fonterra, and where I was involved in the biggest dairy plant construction and optimization. So anyway, today, in the interest of time, looks like I have got 15 minutes or so, maybe less. And I'll very quickly go through the idea about LQ and life quality. In fact, in Chinese, it actually seems to be a bit more sophisticated than just life quality. Anyhow, we're getting to be old, and it's not too bad actually. And I have defined the LQ in the sense that living condition multiplied by how you might feel about living condition. In the sense that LQ is emphasizing the feeling of the life or whatever you have got, okay? And of course that we all know IQ and EQ. In fact, IQ and EQ are probably something that our parents or even ourselves are most worrying about. And LQ instead is actually concerning of everybody. No matter whether you are disabled or you're not so smart, it does not matter. Doesn't matter. So in the sense that young, or middle-aged, or old, it really doesn't matter in the sense that we're all aiming at high LQ. Okay, if you look at from reaction point of view, I'm a chemical engineer, so today I look at it from engineering point of view, and probably hope you could easily grasp. And of course, we know that chemical reaction A plus B equal to C, which is very easy, and then you can actually express chemical reaction rate in the sense that A interact with B, then form a product of C. Okay, so very simple. And we know that our LQ, in fact, is interactive between our life, existence of our life, the material we have got, and also spiritual aspect. So you have three very important aspects. If you don't have life, of course, you don't have LQ, in a sense. Okay. And of course, everybody has got different sensitivity or sort of relying on the different kind of altitude of those three aspects. Okay, some people may be very sensitive to the material, some people may be very sensitive to spiritual, as you could actually understand. Okay, so if we look at it closely, you will find that, of course, our living situation is vastly dominated by the understanding of biology and, of course, the basics of the genetics and things like that. And then we can go on even further right to our environment situation affecting us in the sense. Okay, so that's all right. No, I'm sure that's easily understood. If you look at this diagram, which I drew originally, and when we were born, we say T equal to 0. That's okay, right? That's an engineering term. And we sort of say that 100 years seems to be reasonable outcome of our life. And in fact, we expect our LQ will go along with our physics of our existence. That's okay, right? And in fact, the ending point is, at a number which no matter how many Nature Science paper we have published, how much money we have pumped into the research, we more or less actually quarreling at that point. And very little progress, in fact, made. And then, of course, everybody like to have a high LQ. I mean, that period, the wider the better. And of course, our LQ really start with the appreciation of the life, because if we don't understand what life is, and in fact, we don't actually understand the LQ. So then that's fine. And we sort of go through life, and we're struggling a bit. And we ended up with the so-called elderly society, which, in fact, elderly society is actually quite positive in the sense that we all live longer, because if we don't live longer, we don't have that issue. And so in fact, in my opinion, I'm taking it quite positively. And of course, I don't take positively about ICU, in the sense that, our ICU is designed poorly. In fact, I don't know whether it's actually designed at all. And so I'm just saying, no matter what you worry about the elderly society, but ICU has to be changed. So I have been, in fact, working with someone that hopefully we can build some interesting ICUs for the last part of life. In fact, when we have a good ending, that's a good ending. Okay. Of course, we also seem to have ignored, in certain part of the world, that there is a spiritual aspect of life. And whenever you have an accelerated path towards the end, where you actually understood life a lot better. And in fact, I appreciate the people who actually have a spiritual dimension, because towards the end, you could have an infinity kind of a thing. So when you look at back of my equation, that you actually realize you could have a very high IQ, or say at least a finite IQ towards the end of life. In fact, that's not bad. But however, I do ask the students every time what LQ profile you might have. Okay, so very interesting that in fact you could maybe like that. If you're really brave, and you might like that. And of course, I realized that a lot of successful people actually turned out to be like that. So in the sense that whenever you have a up and downs, in fact, you might appreciate life better. So it turns out that your LQ, in fact, the recognition is better, and you actually enjoyed life better. So when you look at it, you realize that, in fact, LQ is a dynamic phenomenon. It's not like a stationary as such. So when we look at the LQ, we notice that there are many diseases affecting us, but I maintain that biopharmaceuticals should come later after the health engineering, in the sense that food, nutrition, health is really very important right before the drugs. Okay. So when we look at the issues in your life, in fact, it doesn't matter whether old or young today, look at this particular diagram, we'll see that the diabetics diagnosed already in China and in India added up is the third largest country in the world. So you can see that it's a very large issue that we're actually facing. In fact, again, it's not too bad in the sense that today with the medical technology, that when actually you're diagnosed with diabetics, you don't drop dead like that. Don't worry, because you can live as well as probably many others. So that's fine. Except the cost will go up. The burden to the country, the burden to yourself, burden to your family may go up. All right. So when we say the elderly issues, we actually first come into is nutrition. And we may have eating difficulties. We don't have a good teeth, for example, and also the chewing ability become less. And we also have the GI tract motility, which is important, affecting us. And of course, the health maintenance in a way, that's important. Okay. So then, of course, that when we actually educate, or say, we don't say educate, so in the sense that the university student today may, especially engineering, really should not just focus on science, technology and engineering, because science and technology really drag us too far in the sense that if we don't actually understand humanity. So in the sense that the engineering schools, of course now we do more and more doing this. In fact, I would call that LQ engineering, faculty of LQ engineering. All right. So eat and drink clearly is the most important part of our LQ. Okay, of our LQ. No problem, right? No problem in understanding that. So today, when we design food, in fact, or nutrition, in the sense that we start from molecular, this is a paradigm I proposed many years ago. It's called molecule-to-molecule approach to food engineering. And when you actually have the molecular understanding of the actual food, original food, and formulation of that, you can actually start design food. So when you design food, of course, we know the food is a biological material, so it does go bad, so you really actually need processing and innovation. Then you create the structure which is stable enough, lasts long enough, and to be able to enjoy it, and also, of course, good for business, right? Without that storage period, you wouldn't have a business as such. So anyway, once you have a microstructure, then you start talking about function and quality. Okay, without that, you can't. But whatever function and quality is, if it's food, you really have to understand it has to go through your mouth, has to go through a in vivo process. Understand? Yeah, many people, when I attend the nutrition conference, it really shocked me because it seems that the people don't actually talk about eating. They talk about nutrition per se. So it can be injections, that sort of thing. So really, food and drink is so important and really very nice to us. Of course, when you have too much, you have other technology to take care of that. So when we actually look at food engineering, I usually break it down to two parts. One is engineering above the neck, which you understand. A lot of enterprises or manufacturers are focusing only that. And then, of course, there's an understanding important, good for our LQ, is what's going on down below. What's going on down below is very not really researched as much. But anyway, that's the thing that we have realized, very important for engineering approach. Okay, so then I come to very quickly the so-called dynamic human nutrition. You probably never heard of dynamic human nutrition. You heard about human nutrition. So if you look at the books of human nutrition or nutrition in general, there's no such term called time. So it's very important that we realize, of course, during the day, that if you eat 3 meals, 1 meal, or a meal, it's going to have a totally different impact on your life, okay? And on the left, that's a Ajahn Viradama, which I knew for many, many years, and a great Thai tradition monk, okay? And of course, in their tradition, they only have 1 meal a day, which is interesting. But anyway, I don't have time to explore that one. And of course, good monks. There are monks who are eating everything. But anyway, so then our life is living in the dynamics, there's no question. And if you look at the continuous blood glucose measurement, you know that where the peaks are generated and how your meals affecting them, okay? That's no problem. Imagine if you have N meals a day. It means many meals, small meals, but the same calorie, same total energy. In fact, you don't actually have much of a blood sugar peak, which is very interesting because that changed the view entirely from this book, Okay. So then, of course, there are many things that are dynamic right from cell level, even in the seconds and right to our lifetime. That's many, many years. And so, in fact, it is a dynamic one. No question about it. And of course, next one, I'll just quickly talk because of the dynamic, so you can see that our digestion process in GIT process is the first dynamic affecting us because I'm talking about food and drinks, okay? So in this case, that I will basically just start from this, that I am a chemical engineer in the sense that I was always wondering, while I was involved in a very large production technology development, I thought, well, when we're making food and nutritional products, but we don't actually understand very much about the GI tract issue. And of course, our medical professional friends, and they don't understand engineering, so in the sense that there is a bridge that needs to be built in between. So I have two aspects of that. One is engineers build a machine which simulates human or simulates animal, right? In fact, it can be used by the medical or nutritional professionals. Another one is that we do need to learn from each other about whatever the field. And as an engineer, I have no issue in reading nutritional or medical books because there's no equations, very little equations in there. So descriptive. Okay, so then that, of course, I have a strong interest in biology, but at the time when I was younger, I didn't know that I was interested in bionics, okay? And this is an interesting book. You realize that I bought a long time ago. I still have it. It's 42 RMB time. What is really amazing is today that if you look at the natural science, apart from the material aspect of that, and you realize a lot of this bionics development, in fact, were all actually said, all talked about in this little book. There's another little book actually written by somebody who lived to 114. In fact, a biochemist actually wrote about aging and how to maintain a good life over a very long time. And again, 74 Chinese RMB. Published a long time ago. But anyway, these are good stuff. And my first approach is that I would like to turn the physiological phenomena into engineering. So basically, I will just very quickly go through that. So if you look at the GI tract, you will realize there's something amazing. Is that our mouth is amazing. It's a crushing machine. Also, it's a mixer. And in engineering terms, and of course, it's complicated. And we have a super pipe down below, which is called esophagus. In fact, when you swallow things, you never really thought about this pipe was going to be blocked, okay? Because it does not block. If it does, then our LQ will be very poor, as you can imagine. And then you actually come through to this fantastic reactor, which is called stomach, which really does not have anything rotating as our human actually ever built, okay? But work very quietly, very powerful. And then, of course, you go through small intestine. Again, fantastic reactor, one-dimensional reactor. Of course, we have large intestine. Again, superior. Okay, so then actually we have got secretion channels delivering biochemicals to digest those materials at different stages of the GI tract. Really help us seamlessly processing stuff. That's why when we actually swallow the stuff down below, we achieve 50% of LQ, yeah? No question. We also have the understanding about how the intestines, or especially colonic reactions, actually affecting how we feel. Okay, because we call that maybe the microbiome actually connecting to the brain. Okay, there are many things that I don't go into that because even the year before, I can't remember the last year what the figure was, there's $760 billion market for probiotics alone. So you can imagine that. So anyway, so you look at the duodenum. In fact, it's very complex. You can see that actually, no matter how we actually model it, I just try to show you the modeling of that. But in fact, in reality, it's so complicated. But nevertheless, we understand as soon as we engineered what's our understanding about human body, we realized that how much animal is so different from us. In fact, make you wondering, the animal tests actually have much meaning against human development or not. Of course, the FDA already approved a new endeavor that in the coming 4 years, in fact, all the animal tests for drug development will phase out. So in fact, that's very interesting that we can just be earlier, 20 years earlier than that particular concept. So then, of course, we do that. And if you take the GI tract out of body, I challenge you to think about that. Okay, so which is really amazing that our GI tract more or less like a pipe, and actually come in complicated process, but nevertheless is the only place we taking in solid and discharge solid. In fact, our body does not do that. Our remaining body is a molecular machine. Okay, which I won't say too much because of the time. But anyway, with that means that we need to look after our body carefully. Anywhere you have got a leakage of particles going to body is going to be no good. Okay. We now have built, advanced, over the last 20 years, all these different robotics in terms of the inner robotics that simulate the GI tract. Okay. And I basically just very quickly show you with some earlier models. You will see that is the stomach working, and we can see what's going on in the stomach, what's going on in the intestine. We could also develop something for infant formula, in fact, which actually got different particular angles because they lying down and drinking. So in any way, we build the world first oral processor, in fact, that can produce the same, almost similar food bolus as human. So in fact, that's really, really difficult to do. We were quite lucky, spending 8 years, but eventually we come to the 5th model and actually obtain a great result like that. Then we can look into what's going on in the teeth. In fact, we actually have patented the idea you could actually design more advanced teeth for your back teeth. And because as you get old, your chewing power reduces, but if the teeth get better, and you could actually maintain a good LQ. All right, so you could also look at the colonic reactor. Now we can actually observe what's going on, actually set up experiments in the colon, actually look at how the bacteria affecting constipations and everything else. Okay, so there's no problem. There's world first. And we also look at after you're swallowing, you may have this issue going on in the esophagus, and this is the machine. Not yet commercialized, but all the others commercialized and well used by many people. And yet, you're still looking at this interesting development. This is a machine that used by our machine used by the head office of the InfoJets, which is a digestion research organization around the world, and this is when the French TV interviewed them, and I realized that they actually showed half the time, showed our machine. And of course, for the probiotics have to survive after digestion tract, so we also have that. And we also have the infant result. Okay, I'll just very quickly go through because of time. I'm sorry. And also for the food, there's so much industries we have tapped into, and of course we now also going to orally deliver drug, which is again you can see that usual flat reactors as commonly used everywhere in the world is not resembling human. There are systems resembling human, which is very important. I just show you this interesting drug which diabetic people usually take, and you realize that with or without food, it just makes you a dramatic difference in terms of the digestion profile and also release profile, which I won't go into detail. So basically means that in the pharmaceutical area, there's a lot we can do with this system. Again, emphasis on the dynamics of the uptake, and because then they affect the dynamics in the body and what's going on. Okay, we also now combine with our large organ system with the cell level approaches. And this is the organization we belong to. And this is the future food. Interesting, a series of books, different emphasis. They haven't talked about LQ yet. Okay. So I'll just have concluding remarks. And is there a LQ product line? There's an LQ economy. There are dynamic human nutrition products economy, and also, of course, our bionic digestion systems are, of course, now get used everywhere in the world. And the answer is yes. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Chen. Although my academic background is not in this field, I cannot fully understand the contents. But I want to say maybe we should honor from Professor Chen, because we can deeply understand and his passion on life, and his LQ index should be the highest in this hall. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And the next speaker is from another important also perspective from the economic and industry development. Let's welcome Professor Per Jenster from CIMMYT. He's the president of the CIMMYT, and also before served as a Copenhagen Business School, and also worked for CBS in China, MBA Center. So his topic is about the Silver Silk Road. So let us welcome Professor Per Jenster. Give us a good speech. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, this one. This bottom.
Oops. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, colleagues. It's great to be here, and very excited that we are able to have this conference in Bangkok. You will notice my title is a little bit catchy. I think in the social media language it's called clickbait, because the Silk Road may be a little bit too much of a stretch, but it does relate back to some important points that I'm going to try to summarize. First of all, I'm going to try to talk a little bit about the opportunities that are available in the economy, leveraging off the great speech by the Prime Minister and several of the other colleagues. I'm also going to talk about some of the implications, and it relates back to sort of when Professor Yang Yifan and I started talking about the National Institute for Aging, that it was important to actually talk about different disciplines, but in a much more sort of integrated fashion. And you will see as I go through my speech why I think the next step now is the internationalization. And finally, I want to talk about some next steps in this journey. So I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that has already been talked in terms of the magnitude of the issues, the graying of the population here in Asia, the fast growing economy that also provides opportunities. We're not going to address the issues of very large public debt that may actually also be a result of this. And finally, talking about some of the active seniors, etc. So we have already established that this is going to be a major problem. And the nice thing about demographic data is that it creates a lot of predictability in it. And clearly this issue is going to be a large one as we go forward. It's also one that, not surprisingly, is spreading to not only the rest of Asia, certainly Europe, United States is going to suffer from this. And even I just read and noticed, I haven't verified it, that a country such as Chile in South America actually has a lower birth rate than Japan. So this is obviously something that is not just the domain of China and ASEAN. Even countries such as Vietnam, I was very surprised to actually see the speed with which it is aging. So this, of course, can be viewed from a crisis point of view, but it actually also may actually create some big opportunities, although I think a lot of industries have not really recognized it. The other day I was taking my granddaughter down to McDonald's. Yeah, I know it's not the most healthy thing, but they had a Happy Meal, okay? But if you think about it, why don't they actually have maybe some geezer meals? Because we are clearly a much bigger group now than the small kids wanting to have Happy Meals. But it still seems to be in a number of industries that they haven't really recognized that the silver category, and I'm including myself, is actually a very, very dominant part, but industry has not really understood it as a segment yet. So there's great opportunities here, and it is clearly growing a lot. And they are not only are they ready to spend, I think also a lot of seniors are becoming very, very technological savvy. Some of my friends in Penang, Malaysia, where I live, are past 80, and they are still using ChatGPT and DeepSeek, etc., which maybe a lot of young people are surprised about. So basically, this whole question is about how do we actually try to bridge this silver divide versus the dependency trap, where fewer and fewer younger people are here to pay for and take care of the older people. And I think in order to solve this, we need to think broader than just in academic silos, but much more integrated. So basically, we have an unprecedented scale of change. We have a speed that I think actually creates some urgency in our ability to bring forward solutions. And then how do we actually create opportunities out of this crisis? To me, the way actually to think about this is actually a three-way integration of both policy, technology, and capital, okay? I do think that in order to overcome this, there needs to be a shift in policy making. The Prime Minister already in his excellent talk discussed the need for making these policy changes, but also how difficult these changes are to make. We need to actually think about new ways of supply chain synergies and integration, not only across disciplines and activities, but also across countries. And we need to actually help sort of create integration through regulatory harmonization, data standards, and labor mobility, and standards in education. So in China, when we first started to talk about creating a national institute for interdisciplinary aging research, I would say that China was only in beginning to start to think about this. Now, I know from my own experience in Malaysia that this is also something that is an issue throughout Southeast Asia. I spoke with the Chief Minister of Penang. Penang has a population of about 2 million people. And when I spoke to him, he said, you know what, we have more than 300,000 people here in Penang that are more than 65 years old, and we have absolutely no plan for it. And I think this is actually widespread through Asia. So in China, we started with some basic elderly care infrastructure issues. We worked on community care reforms and digital deployments, and now it's really taking on sort of AI care, smart devices, and industry upgrades to a large extent. So I would say in Asia, and I'm not familiar with many of the other countries, but it is becoming something that is really key and creating importance. China, of course, has been a leading factor in many of the technology issues. And I think we need to recognize that. But also, as the Prime Minister said, there are lots of opportunities in Asia for the more softer elements that can actually play a critical role in elderly care. The digital integration, I think, is very important, both in terms of cross-border consultation and data interoperability. And one of my pet peeves is this whole notion of actually starting to benchmark things. We need to benchmark performances, both in the technology space, but also in terms of whole care, and I guess in terms of life quality. What are these parameters we are looking at? We also should remember the issues of how do we finance this in the future. And coming from Northern Europe, I can tell you, I hope that Asia and ASEAN countries will not make the same mistakes as we have done in Northern Europe, where basically the public finances are the one that are expected to carry the burden. To me, it is vital that we actually make incentives for each individual and individual families to actually prepare to take care of the elder generation, because public debt is not going to be able to sustain good care in the future. Just try to ask people, both in Northern Europe, in England, and the rest of Europe, how many of the social services and healthcare, etc., is basically failing. It used to be very good, but it is no longer so. So I do think that the issues of public financing versus self-care, etc., really needs to be addressed in a serious way here in the ASEAN countries. So what can we actually be doing? Well, we can do a lot in terms of cross-border integration. And just like we tried to do in terms of different academic disciplines, when we started off the China National Interdisciplinary Institute, in order to create velocity and force in helping prepare for a silver economy, I think it is critical that the ASEAN countries work together. As I say up here, why can't a device certified in Shenzhen be deployed in Jakarta? You know, rather than each country, each region starting to reinvent the wheel, let's work and collaborate with each other. And one of the things we did at the National Interdisciplinary Institute of Aging in China was we created a global competitiveness report, okay, where we actually surveyed more than 35 different cities in China on 40 different dimensions, where we really try to benchmark who's on top of these various cities, who's on the bottom, you know, who can we learn from, where do we need to improve. And I hope that we can start to do something similar here in ASEAN in order to fast-track developments and pursue best practice across the region for the benefit of the employees. Oops. So last one is one of our pet peeves, which is, of course, labor mobility. But it's also about the kind of training and standards that need to be developed in the whole educational areas and caregiving. And we know this from China, that if you don't have good standards, you know, you are not able to deliver consistent quality across the various cycles of the aging. So I hope we'll be able to work on some standards in this area. So finally, in policy, I think there's a number of different things that need to be done across ASEAN, and I hope that ASCAM can actually find an important role here. In technology, I think we need to be much better at actually spreading the best practices and technology certification, etc. And finally, in terms of capital, I think we need to make sure that pensions reform takes place, that also you have pensions ability to travel across countries in order to follow the retirees, as I have done, now moved to Penang, where my aging life is going to take place. So I hope the ongoing development here is going to be practical. I hope the ASCAM is going to be the center where people are looking for in order for practical things to demonstrate itself. And finally, let's look forward the next 5 to 10 years to find an effective way of improving the silver economy. Thank you very much.
Oh, take care. Take care. Thank you, Per, as a world-renowned strategic management professor. So his presentation gave us many insights and far-sighting consultancy and recommendations. So especially for our research center and this platform, we should better fully understand your recommendations, and we can do something together. Okay, thank you, Per. Thank you very much. And the next speaker is from Thailand, National Institute of Development Administration, Professor Li Renliang. Professor Li Renliang will give us a presentation on the Asian issue, especially demographic changes and social development. So let's give us a big hand. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to be here to share some information, ideas about population aging. I'm from Graduate School of Social Development and Management Strategy, National Institute of Development Administration, or NIDA. This is a public university. It's the only university in Thailand that only offers master and PhD degree, so we don't have the undergraduate program. It's my honor to be here to share some information. I have the four topics. Let me start the first one. I will share some information about the characteristics of ASEAN countries in the structure of population. The first one, we have the young population structure. That means the great labor potential and the large consumer market, and also the impetus for the economic development. And the second one, the population is still growing, but at the relative low ratios. The third one, the population aging is rapidly rising, especially in Singapore and Thailand. So we divided into three groups. The first one is Singapore and Thailand. We enter the age society or super age society. The second group is Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia is very fasting, growing population aging. And the third group, Philippines, Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar. We have the fast growing also. So this is a detail. Yes, for Thailand, we have the population reducing for 5th consecutive years. Every year, The newborn baby only 416,000 people. Nearly 50,000 Yes, nearly 50,000 people fewer than the previous year. This is a situation in Thailand now. So you can see the graphs. The green one is in standard of Thailand. We have the very fastly population aged society. The green one is much higher than the world in the Asia and in developing countries. So this is maybe in the near future we have the super aged society in Thailand. And the fertility is very, very low, even lower than Singapore and Japan. The reasons mainly due to the economics, social, educational, and environment. I think most of the country we have the stress and the pressures in economics, such as education burden and so also. So the government proposed systematically stop the breeding ban, maybe for the government, enhance the capability of the working age population scale, improve the quality of child development, and extend the social participation of the elderly. This is the government measures. And for the Ministry of Health, we also promote high quality childbirth. For example, we have child-friendly environment, family-friendly workplace, child care system development, and reproductive health support. These are the measures from the Ministry of Public Health. And this is a way also issue some act or law to protect the labor protection. Maybe, for example, we have the leave for expanded leave from 98 days to 120 days. Also, we have the parentally leave 15 days. And Thailand provide 15 years free education. And the government will provide a subsidy for 600 baht per month, who aged 60 and 700 for 7 days, and 800 for 8 years old, and 100 for the people who have the age more than 90. So, and also there's some subsidy for babies. These are the measures for the Thailand, what we do at this time. And Thailand also has a very big potential for the silver economics. This is a new concept for Thailand. We don't have a very clearly definition about the silver economics, but we realize is an emergency issue for Thailand. So this is also the opportunity for Thailand. We have a very big potential market for consumption for the population aged. So, for example, we have the senior employment market. We encourage the enterprises to hire the people who retired from the government agency, for example, Amazon Coffee and some companies, we have to have the people maybe more than 60 years. And also that Thailand have some strengths or advantage. For example, high-end medical tourism. Over 6 days, JCI, I created a hospital in Thailand. So Thailand is a destination for many people to travel and have some medical reasons to Thailand. The second one, we have the senior housing and age-friendly living. Just I say, Thailand is a destination for many people to travel Thailand after their retirement. For example, in Chiang Mai province, Phuket province, and Pattaya, so we focus on the integrate, accessible medical care and social interactions. We have very friendly environment for the people to travel and living in Thailand. Food and nutrition, leisure education, and some social activities. Now lots of people send their children to study in the international school, nowhere in Chiang Mai province and Phuket or somewhere in Bangkok also. So we have the, just I say, we don't have very clearly definition about the silver economics. This is a new concept for Thailand, but we also see there are lots of opportunity. So we have to push some public policy to take care of the population-aged society. For example, we have to make some institutional essays simplifying the approval process for small housing homes, employment-sensitive and inclusive security, international cooperation, tracking foreign investment, technology to build a Southeast Asia senior care hub. This is our policy in Thailand now. So many of speakers say Thailand is a destination for the investment for lots of Chinese companies and a destination for tourism and for living in Thailand after retirement. So that's my information. Thank you very much. So that's my information.
Okay, thank you, Professor Li. Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
Too heavy, maybe this one.
Okay, too heavy. Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Professor Li. Gave us a very in-depth analysis about the Asian countries, especially Thailand's demographic changes trend, and also that's out of my expectation even. Last year, I still guess the Asian countries very young. So, but now we meet with similarities in this field. So now next speaker is also come from the world famous super aged society, Japan. So now we are warmly welcome the Professor Obi Toshio from Waseda University to give us a presentation on smart aging. Thank you. So let's welcome. Do you need this one? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for Professor Yang. I have been meeting with him in not only Thailand, but also Korea and China, and maybe in the future in Japan, I hope. he's a distinguished scholars on this field. And my topic is the healthy aging by tech. I'll tell you something about my careers. I'm working for or with international organizations for last 20 years, like APEC, and, UNESCO, ITU, of course, United Nations itself. And I'm a co-chair of the Japan-China project on the science and technologies. And also I'm an international advisor for NECTEC and NASDA of the government in Thailand, and so on, so on. And I was a visiting fellow at Peking University some time ago. Yeah, I can say so many things about activities, but today time is very limited. And I just introduce some of them. For example, talking about the super something, quite different from other government. So Japanese women, for example, has the average life expectancy 80 years. It's quite amazing figure already. But we are now preparing the new agenda as a strategic policy issues. How we can live in the 100 years old. It's not realistic at this moment, but within 30 or 40 years, Japanese people live in 100 years old. And already my father is 93 years old and dead. My mother is 103 years old for her life. So we have to think about the many different sectors about how to finance them at the age of 100 years old. And also 40% of elderly people, 40%, living alone in the future because of the woman can live by 80 years than men. It's very interesting figures, and maybe everywhere in the world the same. Also telling you about 70% of casualties, a disaster. Something suffered from the any accident, or it's be elderly people, because they cannot escape from the disasters so quickly, or so on. And very interesting phenomena. It's very good things for some reasons. About financial asset ownership, elderly people account for 60% of asset. So elderly people is the richest group in our populations. However, that number is very limited to small rich people. So what our society is going on is the super rich and super poor, so-called the polarizations of wealth. So we have to do something about this issue. And regarding the who take care of the aging people, 70% in Japan is the home care. They are staying at home, not in the hospital or nursing house. So that is quite high rather than just we think about the Chinese case. So these are just data of Japanese super-aged societies. Next. I'm working on the APEC as the consultant, also project leaders. This is one of my projects for silver innovations. We had the quite a big conference 2025 in Korea, because Korea is also very similar to Japanese situations. And APEC, Asian Pacific Economic Cooperation, it's one of the gigantic regional associations with the USA, China, Russia, Japan, Australia, or ASEAN, and so on. So we really thinking about the future of the APEC region, Asian Pacific region, how we can deal with the silver societies, silver economies. And when I made a speech at the United Nations headquarters in New York 10 years ago, 2016, at the Economic and Social Affairs, ECOSOC they call, and the representative of the about 200 countries, member countries of the United Nations, listened to my speech on the silver innovations. And I found that quite a few people understood the silver innovation, silver economies, because we had SDGs of the UN 2030, but most of the issues is human rights of the aging people, not for economic and technologies and innovation things. But now, 3-4 years, everybody talking about silver economies and silver innovations. That's very fine. And we are in the main street now. Just I explained Japan is a super aged countries. This is the so-called the percentage of the elderly people in total populations. Japan has the 30%, and Hong Kong, Canada, and even Thailand is 16%. China is 5%, so on. You know, Japan, in the future, not now, maybe 30 years from now on, this percentage of 30 will be 40%. That means 40% of the population is elderly people. Can you imagine what kind of the new societies? but you are following the Japanese models in the future. So we are thinking about the more comprehensive approach to aging societies. Like health care and nursing care, it is very popular among our societies, but we should think about digital government and disaster reductions, environment and pension, so employment, so on, as the really comprehensive package of the silver societies. And my main topic today is the so-called science technology, especially silver innovations, silver technology, and silver economy. This is typical Japanese pictures on the many activities in terms of the nursing issues, healthcare issues. And also, as I said, quite a number of the aging people is alone. Mm-hmm. So we need the more psychological or social activities for them. And the robot is the leader of the aging group for so-called the many local activities or singing songs, so on. And this is the already somewhere in the world. The robot is taking care of the aging people. And also some of the big hospitals, they operate the surgical operation by AI. Can you understand how the robot can make surgical operations? That's something. It's very sophisticated. And one of them is Hinotori. It's the name of the machines, AI machines. So we are thinking the humanized robot will assist medical doctor, but in the futures, medical doctor will assist robot. That's the reality, I hope. Yeah. And talking about the how we can make a prevention of diseases, and one of the solutions is the wearable device for the aging, smart watch, smart link, and so on. Because merit of the usage of the this kind of wearable device is a mobility, just is the watch, and very lightweight, and integration of health management, and the visualization of stress. So also easy to use. That might be one of the very futuristic device for healthy aging. So what kind of the usage is available? Like alert for calls or sleeping monitoring systems or health and fitness tracking and medical ID storage and wallet for shopping and payment, everything there. And China and the US companies very, very strong about these productions. So last slide is my recommendations. And some of the distinguished speaker already mentioned, but just I'd like to make my own. So first one is the global standard on new technology device. And this forum in ASEAN talking about the regional standard. But for me, this issue is really global, not regional. So I hope the ASEAN-China Silver Economy Development Forum can make the new divisions, like inviting expert countries outside China and ASEAN as the observer. And especially European countries, they have very similar problems. Of course, Japan and Korea is quite serious issues. Second one is the capacity building on education and training for nurse. This concept of forum is the social innovation. But we have to put techno innovation as well into our solutions. I hope you can make it. Third one is training and briefing for supporting families with patient at home. As my personal experience with the aging parents, if we don't have the enough knowledge, how we can help them or support them? It's quite difficult without any medical knowledge. So I hope we can make this type of the education or training program for the families with patients. Of course, in Japan, the nursing is the really shortage of the manpower issues. So we need the education and the training for nursing because it's a really shortage of the manpower. And AI-based silver innovations. Everybody talking about the AI is very useful for healthcare issues. That is really true. But how we can educate the people to use AI usage? That's another problem on the issues. And especially humanized robot is very clever in the future. So you have to be clever as the same as the robot. Oh, sorry, one more thing. The last one is East Asia will be the biggest silver societies with silver market and silver economies. This is no doubt. So our group in Asia is the very important economy issues. And APEC, now the China is the chair of the APEC activities this year, talking about the aging issue as one of the top priorities. So you are right, and we are right to have this forum, silver economies. And I hope this one will be vanguard for the future activities in this Earth planet to save the people, especially aging people. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Obi. And take care of the step. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. And Professor Obi provides us not only talking about the trends, the phenomenon, but also some reflections, especially Japan as a super-aged society. And if we faced with kind of the objective phenomenon, what we can do? Maybe AI, robots, and some new relationship between people and the robots. We should consider what is the relationship, who replaces who is the master, who is the owner of the life. Okay, very delighted to listen to Professor Obi's presentation again. So today, in this morning, the last speaker is from Switzerland. Let's welcome Professor Raymond Senner from Basel University of Switzerland. Also, he was a chief expert of CISENT, and also the old friend, a close friend of Nia. Thank you very much, Professor Senner. Oh, okay.
Fine. Tricky. So, hello to everybody. I'm aware I'm the last speaker, and I think most of you are hungry or you just had enough of listening. So the tiresome, those of you who are tired, you're really tired, and I understand it. So I won't be long. I will just show a few of my slides, and I think then we can call it the end of this morning. Now, let me see how to forward. Yeah, okay. You've seen a lot of statistics already, so this is just as a reminder, as we all know, in Asia, but also in Europe, our societies are aging. Now, to build on what the former Prime Minister said this morning, I'd like to look at the positive side. I'd look particularly to look at solving problems which occur when the different generations meet, meaning the young and the older. So here you see, for instance, the different generations. From the left at the top, let me see if I can. Well, you see the baby boomers, I'm one of them. They're dropping off as we grow older, and we meet the others who are coming up. Here it is the Generation Z, where both of them are more or less now meeting at the labor market in companies, and the other ones going up radically, of course, are the millennials. But the issue here I'd like to briefly address is, what do we do with each other? You know, if you go and work in companies where there are still older people like me and a few others, and they are still working there, how do the two sides cooperate? Are they going to be avoiding each other? Are they going to be having conflicts, or can they find complementarities, which would be ideal? I will talk about that shortly. Now, another thing I wanted to say is, when it comes to age, Per was mentioning before the financial issue about our societies growing older, meaning more and more the situation is that the fewer young people have to work and pay into the social assistance funds to support the older people who have retired. Now, this has led to some of the countries, for instance in Europe, to increase retirement age. Per is lucky, he got out of Denmark before. Now they're decided to go for 70 as the retirement age. Netherlands, Norway, 67 on the average. That's of course one way to solve the financial problem, by having more people work longer than to be retired. If I'm not mistaken, in China it's still possible to retire at 55 of age, which of course causes an enormous problem when you have to face 320 million people who retire and how to pay up the assistance that they get. So the one issue is, of course, raising age, retirement age. Now, is this good for the people who have to work longer? It's a hotly debated issue. Some people in my country, in Switzerland, are not. Some people are very unhappy about that. Others see the need to work longer because the labor force is shrinking. And some of the older people have a lot of knowledge, which, especially when it comes to also business, could be useful to retain, to keep people who know how businesses are run, how clients are approached when in terms of relationship management. So the issue could be, okay, maybe we have to increase retirement age, then we have to work together, the young and the less young, the older, and how to do this. So let me go quickly through this. So one way to help companies figure out a way to support cooperation between the young and the old is, for instance, this ISO standards. Lija and I were part of a 20-people group in the ISO family who created this instrument. Now, this is not only a guidance a standard, but it also can be a requirement standard. Because sometimes one has to intervene when things really don't work, and you can't just simply talk to people if they don't understand they're doing things which are harmful or are not conducive to cooperation. We found in a study in Switzerland, for instance, a lot of the personnel managers of companies, because they're young, it's understandable that they're more comfortable hiring young people. It's their age group. So if we want to have older people work longer, those who are older and are looking for a job, they might simply not be hired because there's an age bias by the young human resource managers who look for similar age groups to recruit them. So these are things which are covered by this ISO standard. It can be very helpful for people just to realize it's not only unique to one company, it's most companies where you have old and young people working together, sometimes it doesn't work. And I think I don't have to invent much or add much to illustrate what I mean. It's natural that the younger people having to work, for instance, with an older worker or employee, maybe have a parental problem. They see when the older person, somebody like their parents, and they don't want to be judged again. So they just simply solve this problem by not talking to them or holding back sharing information that might be useful for the company or to solving problems. And vice versa, the older people sometimes feel ashamed to talk to the young and say, could you help me? I don't understand how this whole thing works. And both for understandable reasons, avoid each other. And how to help them start to talk to each other, because they could be complementary and also could be useful for each other. That is sometimes this ISO standard can help the people and the generations to start to talk to each other. Now, another thing is, for instance, professors. I'm one of them, retired, and then the question is, what should I do? What should old retired professors do? They go to Malaysia or keep on working, right? We found there's a partially a cultural bias. In some countries, once retired, there is a sort of an assumption then you should no longer work because doesn't fit an older person. You should just simply relax, maybe look after the grandchildren, but not pursue still something that's especially paid, or just to be too active. In fact, it's wrong. There are ways, if you can see this on this slide, there are lots of things that retired professors can do, and increasingly they do. They have fun being advisors. Some go back and teach a few courses, and they have something which is valuable, that's knowledge. Right? So if we create a culture where retired people are welcome back, it's positive for all sides. So what's left to show? Silver economy. We're talking about silver economy, all the goods and services that older people consume. I think we talked about that sufficiently. What we haven't talked about comes next. That's called silver angels. Silver angels are people who over time and work have accumulated wealth and are interested to share some of what they have been able to accumulate. And some of them are like ready as like a philanthropist are ready to share some of the money they made, and particularly also are able or willing to help young people who want to do a startup company. So there are silver angels, and in Asia, I know you have in some of your countries a lot of very, very wealthy people. In Hong Kong, there is a center which looks at Asia's philanthropic organizations. But it's new. In Europe, we have it quite well developed now, in North America too. But in Asia, the idea of philanthropists to be active, not just for their own family, or not just in terms of, putting money aside so they don't have to pay taxes. That could all be the situation under the umbrella of philanthropy. But there are philanthropists who want to share some of their knowledge and wealth and give something back to society. There are ways to help them help others. And there are, in that sense, things that in Asia could be very useful to help make bridges between young and old, and also to help society. What else? I think there's not much more for me to say except what I have here on this slide. Aging, silver economy, it could be plus, it could be a minus. It's up to us as a group to look for the right laws, the right welcome support through capacity building, so we find solutions, especially if people are missing in terms of the labor force, or if we don't have enough entrepreneurs, how to help young people to start up companies. There are some people who might be helpful. So I would like to close saying there are lots of solutions. Let's do more research. I pass it back to Professor Young, because that's what we're planning to do, right? To do some research to find out what we can do to make the world a better world as we have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Raymond. Yeah. So I think Professor Raymond Sander's presentation really inspired us a lot. Do not only regard aged people as a consumer. We only want the money from the pocket of them. Do not only regard them as a consumption issue, but also kind of the productive power in this economy. And do not only regard the elderly people, the aged people as a body of participation, but anticipation into the social governance, into the society. And also we need to consider the cross-generational issue. How can we build a new relationship between younger generation and the elderly generation with the support of AI and the technologies? So, but the time is not so sufficient. But last but not least, we need to warmly welcome Professor Platan Watanawani, right? If I'm pronounced right. So could give us closing remarks for for this conference in this morning. So let us give Professor warmest applause. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, as we conclude this conference, I extend my sincere thanks to all participants for your valuable contributions. I get a lot of answers, but something really stuck in my mind about how the society, some people live longer than another society. What is the correlation between what some professors say about quality of living, quality of life, healthcare, some service that make people live longer? That is, we have to find out. Our discussion have reaffirmed that aging is one of the defining transformation of our time. It calls on us to work together across borders, sectors, disciplines for ASEAN and China. This is not only a policy challenge, but also opportunity to advance more inclusive and sustainable vision of development. 3 points stand out from what I listened to scholar speaker. First, cooperation is essential. Regional partnership allow us to share experience, align strategies, and build practical solutions that support healthy aging and sustainable development. Second, research matters. Evidence-based policy innovation and social planning are critical if we are to respond effectively to the diverse reality of aging societies. Third, rights must remain central. Older persons are not only beneficiaries of policy, they are rights holders, active citizens, and essential members of our communities. Their dignity, participation, and well-being must be protected in all efforts to develop the civil society. Let us move forward with determination to build society where people can age with dignity, security, participation, and hope. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So after four mornings marathon conference, so now we really can make a pause here. And I want to, on behalf of the center, the Joint Research Center, so we really appreciated all of you here and online to join us. And we have the first round conference on Asian silver economy. We hope this definition, this word, can be spread out by us and also by you. Okay, so I want to announce that today that we get a very fruitful and meaningful conference outcomes. Then please go upstairs to the 7th floor. We will have 17th floor to have our buffet lunch. Thank you very much. And hosted by this university and the institute. Thank you very much. Thank you all for us and for you. Thank you. 好，那么我们就到中方的嘉宾，我们都要到17楼啊，一起去吃一个中午的餐。So we will come back. We'll come back to the next halls and the conferences room on 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Please remember and to look at your brochure. You have the specific agenda. We have different rooms for different programs. Thank you very much.